particle has an anti-particle. It's mirror image. Negative side. Bringing darkness instead of light.
Hello there. Right, everything's online, everything looks in the green. Hello, Dread Mechanic here, back for some more Apex Mechs survival-y fun on this Sunday evening. I can tell spring's on its way because it's actually daylight outside while I'm streaming for a change, rather than being in the dead of night. Right, so, what were we doing last week? We were working on great big spider tank, that's what we were doing. The weather is currently clear. Let's go and have a look at that. Are you still charging? I left you on recharge. Yeah, how are you doing? 8%, that's great. Well, he's going to take a while before he's recharged enough to be very functional. Okay, so, where did we get to last week? Oh yeah, we built an arm, didn't we? Which I'm not particularly happy about. It's not got a massive amount of room to move about, so I might have to rethink what I'm doing with the weapons on this thing. So I got all of the... There you go. There's spectator cam, that makes life a little bit easier. Yeah, because I set up all of the basic walk control stuff last week. Yeah, so we can walk forwards and backwards. We've got that set up, we just need to test it properly. We also need to think about power and a whole bunch of other stuff. Let me go get the skiff. So we've got a platform to work on. Right, so, what were we doing? Ooh, that light fitting is very close. Oh yeah, I forgot, yeah, there's not really enough room for the skiff in here anymore, and now I can't even get to third person view because it's so tight in there. Fantastic. Just not enough room in there for the skiff in the slightest. I might just have to do it all with railing, with platforms instead then. You know what, let's put you just there for a minute, you might come in useful later. That bit needs welding. I'll weld a few bits of this armour that we missed last time. So, oh yeah, I've also set up the beginnings of the tail weapon that I was going to build. I'm going to... right. Yeah, I'm not happy about that arm weapon. It's too restricted. Probably should have spaced these legs out a bit more, but he's already quite big. What can we do about... Oh, fine. You know what? Temporary ramp. Let's put one. If I can find them. There they are. Put one up the side here. There we go, that's much better. Yeah, so that arm being there isn't a lot of good for anything really. Oop, also fell off. What else could we do with that arm? Where else could we put it? That is the perfect... It's not really the perfect spot for it, but it's a spot for it. But yeah, it's way too close to that leg. Yeah, I'm just going to grind it down, and I'm going to move it. I'm going to put it somewhere else. Yep, that's it. Grind the bit behind the thing I'm trying to point at. Never understand why the grinder range is so long. Come on, off you go. Oh! Damn it. Where did that go? There it is. Right, well the arm's not going to fit nicely there. Where else should I put it? I can't really get it underneath because we're going to have a docking system coming in right underneath all of this, so any arms down here would just get in the way. That all needs repainting anyway. You know what, I'm going to work on the tail weapon instead. I'll figure out the arms later. So, tail weapon. You need a bit of love, you need a bit of welding. So let's figure out what we're going to do with you. Nope, of course I can't get close enough that way. Ah, fine. Maybe I should just give myself my jetpack back and take the mod off. Getting a little bit tricky trying to do this playthrough with no jetpack. Right. That won't work. I will... There we go. That should hopefully work. There we go. Right. Inverter. Right, I've got the parts for that. Fantastic. Do this advanced rotor. And I need tubes for the head. Let's get rid of that. Alright, let's reset you back to 0. It'll make my life easier. Cool, there we go, that's back in the middle. So, sod the arms, I'm going to work on a tail weapon today. Maybe a bit of testing later on. So, we've got that section of the tail there. I really wish we had a 1x1 conveyor section that had smegging connection points on the outside so I could armour it. The only other option really is using a sorter. And sorter creates storage. I don't really need storage. I just want a conveyor connection that I can put armor plates on the side of. It's going to be that, isn't it? That's the only way I'm going to get... Oh, actually, you know what? No, smeg it. We'll do it differently. Because I want to make these segments actually a decent size. So you know what? We will just build out of these, I think. Yeah, so what I could do is I could do one of them. I could then just pop double vector conveyors. Small conveyors, I didn't actually want a third one in the middle. I am going to have to take this thing outside. There is not going to be enough room to move in here. This boy is just too big for the warehouse I'm in. I might have enough room, but I sincerely doubt it. How did I do that on the tail? Hang on, give me a second. I'm just going to go and find one of my screenshots for a similar design. Oh, hey Ferret, how are you doing, man? Spider Mech is a big boy, so chunk. He is. He's I think he's a bit bigger actually than I intended him to be. I got a little bit carried away making the legs. I think I might have made them slightly too big, but yeah, I want to try and... Oh, hey Chad. What's the saying? The measure of a boy is by the size of his toy. Well, I suppose so. But yeah, I do want to try and do a bit of testing his walk cycle out at some stage today, hopefully. Just want to get a few more bits in place. Oh, you know what? I really need to think about power sources. I'll start doing power before I start messing around with weapons. Because I'll get carried away and they'll have nowhere to put any batteries. So, you know what? I will, I'll grab that screenshot anyway for later on. Ah, there we go. Is that the one I'm looking for? That is the one I'm looking for. Cool. Yeah, I can kind of see what I've done with that. Kind of, but not really. Yeah, it'll have to do. Right. Power then. I need to get batteries into this guy. Fine, I will just build a walkway all the way across. Do that for now. You know what, I'm just going to grind that out as well. I'll replace the armour in a bit. Right, I need a power source in here. I need at least one battery. I need to make that conveyor accessible. I need to make that conveyor accessible. Ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum bum bum ba-dum. Where should I pick some batteries? Oh, that jump. It's either too far or not enough. Or it won't let you walk across a tiny little gap in the blocks. Fine. You know what? I'm just going to put one battery. Where are they? There they are. Front wall of the cockpit, below the window. Oh, sort of in there. Yeah, I mean, I'm considering putting one there. I was thinking of having one up in this gap somewhere, because that is mostly just empty space. The only thing that's really going to go in there is event controllers if necessary. Oh, I need to account for the balance system as well. I need to put a gyro override in here somewhere. You know what? I might do that. I might have... what's that? Ferret. There's times where I appreciate space engineers for its simplicity. I do a lot of Stormworks, and admittedly, I sometimes dread the complexity. SEO just find in general to be fascinating. Stormworks, I've not... Is that a game? I don't think I've... It sounds vaguely familiar. I don't think I've played that. Battery. Oh, it is, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't really know much about it other than the name. Make me some power cells. How are we doing for iron, actually? What have we got on the irony pile? We've got 13k. That's alright for now. Right, so we have a bit of power there. I need to make at least a little bit of gyro override so that he doesn't wiggle about everywhere. Storm Mech is a building game that is heavily reliant on setting up logic and doing coding to make creations work. Oh, sounds interesting. What's that, Chad? I'm not opposed to using small batteries too. There's room along the back wall. I generally only really like using small batteries as reserve power for things, or when I'm making tiny things, because the small batteries are just not cost efficient at all. Like, for the size, the weight, and the power output of them, I try to avoid them unless I'm building something tiny. I've got a big... To be honest, once I've started greebling this thing and worked out all the shapes, I'll probably find there's a space to cram big batteries in somewhere. But I'm going to give him one there. And I'm thinking I'm going to put another one up there. And I do need to put a little bit of gyro override on a subgrid on this thing to keep him stable while he's walking. Flipped on the edge, you could fit 2 in the nose. I could, but then I would have all of my power right in the firing line, and also 2 tons of weight sitting on the nose. Because those big batteries are chunky, yeah, just over a ton each. And like when you're building ships, balance and center of mass ain't super important, because usually flying in space or flying in the air, and the center of mass doesn't really have a massive effect on those kind of things. For mech building, it is quite important, because if you've got all the way at the front, like 2 tons worth of batteries, his face is going to sag as he's walking. So you do have to take the center of mass into account when doing crazy mech stuff, but because he's tied down to that grid, he's not actually a proper separated grid at the moment, so I can't see his center of mass. I'll have to detach him to do that. Pop that off again for a second. So yeah, I think I'll have 1 battery in the front, 1 battery in the back. That'll help spread the weight a little bit. Oh yeah, let's go and get more power cells for that, and we can let those batteries charge up while I figure out other things. Yeah, so I still need to set up the brake controls as well, and driving controls, because I want to set up the wheels so that I can make him have a drive mode as well as a walk mode, because all of the Masamune spider tanks, whether it's Ghost in the Shell or AD Tank Police or whatever, they generally all have like wheel feet, so they can walk around and also drive. And if I could just stand on 1 grid for a second, there we go. So yeah, I might actually also set up his drive controls, because once I've got all of his mobility controls done, stop glitching out on the blocks. Once I've got all his mobility controls done, I can unplug him from the workshop. I can actually take him outside, and I can just set up any old connector anywhere to dock him up and recharge him when I need to. Because yeah, I might have just enough room to squeeze in the tail in here, but I'm not going to be able to test it properly. And I'm not likely to be able to set it up properly. I'm going to need more room. So I do also need to build a bigger mech workshop. I think this little one is going to have to be exclusively for the the smaller tanks like that, dude. Because even the mech suit that I was building was just a little bit too tall to do comfortably in here. Yeah, I'm gonna have to build a bigger workshop. Let's pop a gyro on top of that. Let's call you Override Rotor C02 because you're in the middle and you're at the back. You are gonna have million torque because that's just a thing that I do. Weird little habits that I have, even though I know it's getting locked down. And the torque most likely doesn't have an effect when it's got 0 limits, but I still like to do it anyway. Share inertia tensor on. Copy all of that. I'm going to build another one in a minute. And we need bits for that gyro. Right, let's build another one of those rotors, because he's a big boy. He's probably going to need a little bit more than that. Either build a 3x3 rotor and put in loads. I don't think I need that many. I might be able to get away with just the 2, although I don't. That's going to be too high up. Is the mech going to have some cargo space as well? It's going to have a little bit of cargo space because I'll need somewhere to store a bit of ammunition. Oh yeah, that's a point. I'm going to need a cargo container. It's going to have a little bit. This one's mainly going to be for blowing up stuff and hopefully raiding pirate settlements. It's got a connector on the bottom for a bit of storage. Although most of its storage is going to be, all of its conveying is all going to be small grid, so it'll be a bit tricky trying to use it for any of those pesky components that don't like fitting through small blocks, small conveyor pipes, which still annoys me. You know what, I'm so OCD, that battery placement's going to annoy me. I'm going to take the battery out and I'll just rebuild it. I've got more than enough stuff. You know, we'll put that there. Find the rotor. We'll put that there. Obviously, I haven't got a jetpack, so there's no point pressing that button. It's not going to do nothing. Would like to armour up front of the mech a little bit. I might even swap some of this out for heavy armour at some stage, so the front is a little bit more protected. And you know what, that gyro might not fit nicely in this gap. Oop, meteors off in the distance. Why have I got the Muppets theme tune stuck in my head? Energy is low. Yeah, I'll go sort that out in a minute. Of course, I can't reach it from the angle I'm at. Why would I be able to? Fine, I will climb on the roof and I will drop it in from above. Like some kind of engineering ninja. Am I getting up on top? Not that way. Bum, 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 bum. We'll do something like that then. Thank you. Right, if I pop that in there, like so, what is the clearance like from the top? From the top of that gyroscope to the inside of the armor? Actually, not that bad once I drop the displacement in a bit. That might work actually. That might not be a clanggy mess. What's that, Chad? At least the cargo connector can serve as a bit of large port cargo. Yeah, that was pretty much my thought was. It's mostly going to be for shooting stuff. And scavenging, like, essential things or proper goodies. Like, if I happen to take out, like, a base that's got a reactor on it, I can nick all the uranium and stuff like that. Or if it's got, say I find something with some prototech bits in it, like, but I'm not intending this to be like any sort of cargo mech. I need a break from cargo transport mechs after the last week or two. Right, so I need I need more gyroscopes in my build planner. That's what I need, and more rotors and another battery to ground it out. Grab more power cells, grab more of that. Grab more of that. Grab more. Ugh. I haven't got any of the things I need, have I? Yeah, I know my suit power's low. That is why I put the refill station in here. Actually, need to change that. So I like my refill stations to display energy and hydrogen, even though I don't have any hydrogen on the base. Did I not put the stuff into production? Ah, apparently I did not. Cool. Right, let's... oh, I need to build actual control gyros as well. There's loads of stuff I haven't... Loads of basics I haven't put in this yet. Is that all welded up? Cool, that's all welded up. That's all welded up. That's that all welded up. We will actually drop that down to 0. Copy all of that. Copy and paste that onto there. Stop glitching out on the floor. Looks like it's got a decent bit of space, but you can never trust the models. Sometimes the collisions don't match. Well, that can be that, that can be that, that can be... Actually, put that at the beginning. OBR gyroscope C01. That can go on override. Copy all of that. Da-dum-da-dum-dum. That can go on override. That can be C02. I mean that rotor, yes it did. Right, and then hopefully those little gyros will help stabilise the mech as it walks. Because that walk cycle and the swinging legs will make the whole mech jiggle around a little bit. But a little bit of override from some gyros shared across a subgrid with a bit of shear inertia tensor can help settle the whole thing down a little bit. It's generally the only time I would ever have shear inertia tensor on a rotor that is on the main grid of a mech. When you're building legs and stuff like that, it's a big no-no to put your shear inertia tensor on that last connection to the main body, because it'll end up making the whole leg weigh like 10 times as much as it should do. But for little things like that, it's actually perfect. Let me in, thank you. Right, so bum 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 bum. You know what? I might put, at least for the moment, big boy gonna have a bit of swagger in his walk. He will do. He'll have a bit of swagger naturally anyway, because he's got that sweeping leg motion where it travels around the outside. If he walked more like a cat or a dog, he'd be a little more. He'd just walk a little bit straighter because of the nature of those kind of legs. They have a bit of a side-to-side kind of swing. Right, so we're gonna need gyroscopes that can actually control the damn thing. So I might just have... Oh yeah, I can't draw lines of blocks because I'm in survival mode. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think I've got my Mech Building Pack loaded into this game. In fact, I'm certain I do. So I've got a little bit of a boosted gyro mod that I like using, so I don't have to put 20,000 small gyroscopes into my builds. Because I still feel that these small gyroscopes are a little bit underpowered. Yeah, I made a mod to boost the strength of small grid gyroscopes, and just small grid ones. Because when you scale up to the large grid gyroscopes, so say I tried to build this mech to scale in large grid, the large grid gyroscopes are fine, like power, force, weight wise they're balanced pretty well, but the small gyroscopes, their power and their strength does not scale down the same as it is in large grid. 20,000 small gyros, almost enough to control a small moon. It's almost enough to control one large mech. Like, seriously, some of my pure vanilla builds, the amount of small gyroscopes I've had to cram into them to get any sense of actual decent control out of them. Yeah, mod Dread Mech Building Pack in the top corner. Yeah, I've got my modded gyroscopes in here. Just so I don't have to use as many of them, because they get ridiculous. They're absolutely ridiculous. And annoyingly, the Prototech small grid gyros are fucking 2x2 block, 2x2x2 block, which I have never really found use for the small grid Prototech gyros. They are an awkward shape. Right, so that's a bit of control. Oh my god. I've got quite a lot of space up there. Can I just find a block that I can stand across without the character glitching up and down every 2 seconds? I've got quite a chunk of room in here because I built this thing slightly bigger than I intended to. But I'm wondering, can I be cheeky enough to find the block I'm looking for a start? Would be nice. There we go. Oh, of course, they moved it. Ladders aren't with stairs anymore, are they? Why did Keen separate every little thing into tiny little subcategories? There is just not enough toolbars to have all the things I want to build. What's that? You've seen some of these spinning gyro clusters I've built in other builds. It takes quite a few to... Yeah, it takes... to be honest, if you do it the gyro override way, yes, it does take quite a few blocks to keep things balanced. If you do it the AI balance control way that I do all of my biped, or most of my bipeds with now, the grid AI can actually control the balance a lot better, and you don't have to use half as many gyros, but you do have to squeeze in the bits for a little AI control system. But it's not too bad actually. So I try and do that these days. Because I'm thinking maybe I could squeeze a ladder in here. Then again, I'm probably just going to be perfectly in line with the hole in the floor and just drop off the ladder every time that I climb it. But I might as well test the idea, see if it's going to be any use. Yeah man, give me some bits. There we go, build planner is empty. If I put a ladder there, and I try and... Yeah, I just end up in the perfect position, just fall straight off it again. That doesn't actually help at all. Because I'm on the ladder. If I let go, yeah, I just drop straight out. That's not going to help at all. And I can barely reach it anyway. Oh well. Bum 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 bum. That can just get put out again. If it would actually aim at the ladder and not through the ladder to the block behind it. Come on, put the ladder out. There we go, thank you. What's that chart? That's the method of having the projected waypoint out in front of the mech. Yeah, the way I do the balance control systems these days is literally AI flight block, AI recorder block on a subgrid on the build somewhere, and then have a beacon for that to look at. Oh yeah, I need to readjust the dock import in here, don't I? Because it's all gotten messed up since I finished the armor off. Can we release all of that? We can. Bum 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 bum. There we go. So yeah, this dude's got an AI balance control system. BAL for balance. That did not reset the friction on the wheels. Yeah, so he's got a move block, or a flight block, set to 0 angles, so that just keeps it level the whole time. And then on the same grid as that, it's got a recorder block that is looking at the beacon, which is on the main grid of the mech. And you can see there, it's ticking between these two waypoints. If I turn that on, that's already on, and I turn on AI grids. There you go, you can see the little waypoint that it's looking at. Because the way I do that is build a beacon on the grid, set a waypoint, a relative waypoint on the flight block using the relative waypoint things and then adding a waypoint. And then delete the beacon, move the beacon to somewhere else. Because once you've made that waypoint, the waypoint that beacon is, the waypoint that the AI block is looking at relative to that beacon will be sat literally on the AI block, so it'll think that it has reached its target and it doesn't need to try and control the gyros anymore. Whereas if you set the beacon up, delete it, and then move it forward a block, the AI block is then essentially always trying to chase that waypoint. It will never ever get there, but it will always try and chase it, even though it's only a block away. And then that's when the move block kicks in and keeps the thing balanced. Like at the moment, I'm trying to lean back to make him fall over, and the AI blocks are fighting me and self-correcting it. And he's only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 gyros connected to that grid with the AI balance control. Whereas if I want to make this guy stand up with just the gyro override, I would probably have to have that many just on override by themselves. And then I have to think about control gyros to actually move the mech around with. Right, are you going to dock nicely this time? Probably not, because I need to... Yeah, I need to adjust those wheels on the back now, because of all the changes I made to the armour. Change one little thing, and it screws up an entire build. I take that wheel out, it'll stop stressing out. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I need to readjust some of those wheels. Yeah, because that's off by miles. I might also add a few more connectors onto that, just in case it's off a bit. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Yeah, that's basically how I do the balance control systems for bipeds now. You don't really need things like that for multi-peds like this though, because they've got inherently better balance because, well, they've got more spread out points of contact with the floor. So I don't really put balance control systems into multi-pads. Just no need for it. Right, so it's probably going to need more than 6 gyros to control something this chunky, but we'll work that out later. What else should I do? You know what, I'll set up the drive controls as well. I want to get all the control systems done before I move them out of here. Because, yeah, I'm just not going to have enough room to build the tail how I want to build it. Right, well that's a little block of walking controls. Should have built that the other way around, actually. All connected to the bottom of that. I should, hopefully, be able to move that without breaking anything. I want that 90 degrees the other way around, so I can run some conveyor lines out the side of it. Oh my god, I'm just cutting that block off as well. Right, we're in. Cool. Yeah, yourself. Right, let's replace some stuff. So I actually wanted that way around. So I can run pipes out the side, rather than down the middle. I'll put the connector back in a minute. So, I need to have a little think about, at least briefly, consider some varying options, because I'm going to need to get ammunition out to the tail. May as well have a little bit of a redundancy and have two lines both running to the back. So we'll fill... So yeah, we'll fill that little gap with conveyor lines, take that up to the tail. Get that in. Oh my god, I'm super stuck. Why am I so terrible at navigating today? Right, cool. And it also helps to block all this stuff out earlier on, so that I know what space I've actually got to build with. You know what, we'll do that. Get there. Oh my god, game. Find the block I can stand on. Right, that can go there. I will have to take some stuff out so I can get to it and weld it up. Let's go and grab a load of junk for that. Cool. I've still got 12k iron. That's fine. That's plenty for now. Didn't run out super quick. Oh boy, do I wish I had an area welder. I've been getting quite used to them in Space Engineers too. Damn it. Ah, that's an easier way in. Oh, that's spiders. Give me a second, spiders. Do the guns deal with it? I heard gunshots. Presumably there's a dead spider in the darkness somewhere. Whatever. Speaking of dead spiders, I need to eat something. Filled the build planner, didn't I? Get some more bits for some more conveyors. That way. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, it's definitely been challenging trying to build a robot like this in survival mode. The little ones haven't been too bad. Trying to do a larger tank has been a bit tricky. There's no AI functions on there anymore. Thank you. Right, that is all of that. Oh my god, game, just find a block I can stand on without the graphic bugging out. What are you doing? My fat head is in the way. Yes, it is. Motor, obviously. Right, that is piped up to the back, at least for now. Let's do some drive controls then. And some brake controls. I did build the brake controllers, didn't I? Oh yeah, because we know we're going to call this the Whip Scorpion, weren't we? Yeah, I've done all the brake controls. What's that handbrake on and off? That will be on the Zebra, won't it? Yeah, that'll be on the Zebra. You know what? Let's put those two batteries on charge for the minute, so we can actually store a bit of power rather than just sit there using it. That space above me, that could be blocks, but I might actually want to fill that with more armor. Let's, you know what, we've got the warp controls back here, we may as well do the drive controls too. Yeah, I think I'll probably try and get as much of the controls in the back here where it's a little bit more protected. In fact, I'll have that way. Have that way, and they are both facing in towards that rotor, and I am getting increasingly more stuck back here. What's that? If searchlights were able to stay locked onto a spider carcass after it's been shot, that would be a great help locating them at night. Yeah, it would be. I'd also like it if you could push the bodies of dead spiders, because the amount of times in my Alien Survival series where I have ended up fighting a spider in a doorway and then I can't get through the door because the dead spider's body is in the way, and I literally have to just wait until it despawns. Yeah, so there's a few things with those bugs. I also wish that I like this spider's the Sabroid's digging mechanic thing. I just wish they didn't immediately dig back into the ground and bugger off again the second you get in a cockpit, because I tried to build a mech suit that was purpose built for hunting bugs, but you can't. The bugs won't appear when you're in a cockpit. They wait until you get out of a cockpit, which has kind of defeated the entire point of the mech build, which is annoying. I came over here for parts. That's what I came over here for. Oh, we'll be going in an hour. That's not too bad. That battery's on 60% already. That's okay. Oh, that one's on 85. That's good. Right, you can be controller, drive forward. You can be drive reverse. There's a cheeky little gap down there. Which I might stick with that. Of course I need a display. Oop. Yeah, you know what? That can be controller brake. Right, I'm gonna... Oh. I also need a brake light, don't I? I'm probably putting it there. You know what? Brake light can go absolutely anywhere. I can move it whenever I need to. It's just a light, and I'm using a group anyway. I'm just gonna build one on the back of this for now. Oh, actually, I know exactly what kind of... Would you stop bugging out for 2 seconds? Just because I'm walking on 2 different grid types. Or walking on a weird bit. Put that in there, and that... How has that happened? Take that out of there. Put another controller in there. That can be controller, pilot, seat. What was the tag for this? WPS. Cool. So that is the door for our Mech. WPS. That will be set to... Oh, actually, hang on. I'm sitting in. WPS. I'm just going to call it pilot seat, it makes it a little bit easier. Pilot seats, there we go. Right, so that can be cockpit. Pilot seat. Access door. When we are sat in the seat, it's closed. When we are not, it is open. There we go. That closes beneath our feet. Lovely. But when I jump into it from down here, that closes up automatically. Cool. Right, so I didn't get around to building a light, did I? No, I did not. Where are my lights? There they are. For now, I'm just going to pop one of them on there. That gets to be WPS. Brake lights. Oh yeah, those controllers. I didn't put the tag on them, did I? Controller, brake, controller, drive forward, controller, drive reverse. That is going to need a group because that's getting some controls. That is going to need one. That doesn't. And I've got them. Let's make a group for them. So, brake controls 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wonderful. Make a group for that. That light is off. That's how we want to start, because otherwise it gets a bit messy, because this isn't a perfect system. Right, so, brake controller. Lock switched on and off. We are going to use that brake light. Oh, that handbrake on and off, that's on the Sphinx. That's what that's attached to. Yeah, so that'll be the brake light on this one, and we're going to use that. We're going to have it off to begin with. Because, annoyingly, we've only got a handbrake on-off control. We don't have separate on and off controls. So, when the light turns on, it will turn the handbrake on and off. When the light turns off again, it will turn the handbrake on and off. And that was about as close as we can get to making a switch for that. We also need to make a group for you. WPS brake light, so when the light is off, it will just turn orange. And when the brakes are on, we will get a lovely wrong one. Make it a nice bright red, because that's what a handbrake tends to be. So that is now all set up. Those brake controls are off. If I flick that light on, those brake controls are now on. Flick it off, brakes are off. Flick it on, brakes are on. Cool, right. That is a manual handbrake control for the subgrids. Oh yeah, I'll probably need to tie that into the warp control as well. WPS, walk, Bump, 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 bump. Forward. Control. Brake. WPS. When we are walking, the light is off. When we stop walking, the light turns on, and that auto brakes the wheels and helps the mech not to just roll around and slide. So if I put the spectator camera here for a second. Oh, hang on. I'm not going to be able to walk because I've got all those platforms around that will get in the way of the legs. I'll just take them down for a second. Let's put it in a position where I can actually see the damn lights. That's him walking. That's me stopping. That's the brake turning on automatically when we stop walking. That's the brake turning off. The light turning on. The brake is on. Cool. Right, that's that. So, we also need to set up the driving controls, and they're easy enough to set up, but I do need to figure out the angles and the legs. So, those are minus 60. So, that would, in theory, be 60 at the top and 0 at the bottom. And that should make that wheel face straight forward. That one's 25, so that would, in theory, be minus 25. Yeah. That's 60 back there, but you're facing backwards. Oh no, should still be alright. That's 60 over there, so if we set that to minus 60, let's see what that does. That should line up. I think it will. Yeah, it looks about right. That could be its standard position for walking, and that can be its position for driving. Cool. And then this will be the opposite, won't it? So yeah, 60, that'll be minus 60. With an auto limit of 0. I'll set that to minus 5. That looks nice and straight. Wonderful. You're minus 25, so you'll be 0 and positive 25. Yup, and you're minus 60, so you will be 0 and 60 and 5 RPM. You're going to spin all the way around the other way. There you go, lined up properly now. Cool, right, that is the wheels in the right direction. That's a positive value. That's a negative. That's a negative. That'll be positive. That'll be positive. Yeah, and that'll be negative, so I'll need to have 2 groups for the front left and the 2 rear right ones, and then 1 for those 2 and the front right one. When I make the control switch for it. Yeah, okay. Well, now that they're in the... Ooh, actually, that's a point. I do need to make a switch to turn off the walk controls, because I need to be able to alternate between the 2 control modes. We'll just put them back where they were. Bum 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 bum. That's me falling backwards again. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'll do 2 more controllers here. We will have 1 to turn drive mode on and off, 1 to turn the walk mode on and off. Yeah. Yeah, we'll get some more stuff built. Ah, damn. I'm just over an hour in and my cup of tea's run dry. Right, so weld that up, weld that up. You, you're the right one, you get to be Whip Scorpion, controller, drive mode on, off, not on and og, that's not a word. Copy all of that, paste, and you get to be walk mode on off, although I put too many spaces in there. Cool. Alright, that is walk mode on and off. They then need corresponding lights. As switches, and you know what, I might get a bit of a theme going on up here and just have a load of pretty control lights right above the cockpit, or right above the pilot seat. So that could be the one for drive mode, that could be the one for walk mode, so that could be Whip Scorpion, drive mode, light. And that can be, wrong thing, paste. No, I don't want to respawn. Oh, too many spaces in there again. WPS walk. Alright, that walk mode lights. that walk mode controller, that's going to be block switched on and off. Walk mode, light will be the trigger for it. What do I need to turn on and off? WPS walk, what groups have I got here? What the walk lights, I don't necessarily actually need to turn them on and off. Most of that stuff will be off by default anyway, because it only gets triggered when the walk mode engages with that timer. What is actually active right now? They're switched off, that's switched off. Oh yeah, the actual controllers, they're on. That's off, that's on, that's the reverse controller obviously. Walk cycle's off, that's off. They're all... They shouldn't be off. I think I've set something up wrong there. Yeah, they should be on. What have I done wrong there? Oh right, I've got that backwards, that's why. Walk lights. Yeah, there we go. That needs to be off. That needs to be on, because I want the lights on in the cockpit. There we go. And the legs are still resetting correctly. Yeah, cool. Right, so I need to set up a switch for these walk lights. This walk mode. I need it to turn on and off. Yeah, all that stuff is off anyway by default. Ah, that's a thing. The thrusters. They don't have a group yet, because I've not completely decided on where they're going to live. But we'll make the group anyway. Because even after we've moved them, as long as we make another group with that same name, any controls that I set up will just get plugged back in. So... walk mode. First things first then. Turn off the thrusters that are actually controlling everything. Okay. So when it's on, they'll be on. When it's off, they'll be off. I need group. Both of them really, if I want to keep this minimized. Oh, actually, what am I doing? We will build a couple of timers because there's going to be all kinds of controls going in there. And the 10 slots that you get in the event controller might not be enough. Yeah, I might pop a couple of timers in there as well. We'll have One for walk mode on and off. And one for drive modes on and off. Ah, I've actually got the bits to just weld them. Fantastic. Oh, no, tell a lie. No, I don't. Run out of computers. Thank you. That's all the bits. That's the sound of a spider. You gonna do your job, Stalker? Or am I gonna have to kill it myself? Thank you, Gun, for doing your job eventually. Oh, 2 dead spiders there. Wonderful. Fresh meat. Lovely. Yeah, that's what I mean about I wish you could push spider carcasses as a player, because I can't push my way through that gap in the middle of them. And they are wider than a door frame, so I've gotten trapped by spiders in door frames multiple times. Bum, 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 bum. I needed parts, didn't I? Or did I? Oh no, I think I welded them, didn't I? Right, what do we got back here then? We have got... WPS. Let's get the right things in the right places. Walk mode on. That can be walk mode off. That can be walk drive. Drive mode. I'm just going to make some groups for these. In fact, they're not down, all of them. So, walk mode on. What are we going to do with walk mode on? So, when we turn walk mode on, we'll turn the thrusters on, WPS control, we will turn both of them on. I have not made a group for my gyros yet, so let's have a look at them. There they are. Let's take the whole group, reset the name. WPS prefix, grab all of them, make group. Walk mode on, WPS gyros can also turn on. Is there anything else that needs to turn on right now? Not yet, but there may be later. What else here needs to get turned on, does it? Those are all controlled by their respective walk controllers. That's all getting turned on as and when it needs to. I know what else needs to go in there. We will have these turn off when the walk controls are inactive, I think. Yeah, because I want them accidentally getting triggered when we are not actively trying to walk, so yeah. I'll do that for now, for that. So, walk mode off. Thrusters will go off, thank you. Walk controls, gyros, yeah. PS, CTRL. That can turn off, that can turn off. Gyros can turn off. Thing. Oh yeah. And then that and that can also turn off. Now, was there any other fail safes I might need to point there? I don't think so. We'll leave it at that for now. Right, let's set that walk mode switch up. Walk mode controller, walk mode light, walk mode timers. Let's make it an actual proper switch. So off, off, on, trigger, trigger. Well, so if I flick that off, that's turned off the thrusters. I can hear it's turned off the thrusters. Yep, all that gear is now off. Wonderful. Turn that back on. Turns it all back on. Lovely. Right, we've got a switch for that then. Right, we will also... Did we make a group for that light? We did not. Also, add in a colour change for that. WPS. Walk mode light. So, when walk mode is active, we'll have the usual green colour. And then when it is off, we will get it to switch back to orange. Oh, that's too many. Walk mode light off is orange, on is green. Let's reduce that down, thank you. There we go, so that's my walk mode light there. Those are the walk control lights. So when that is on, I can control the legs. Flick that off. It stops the legs from being controllable. Wicked! That's what I wanted. Cool. Okay, so I now I've got that deactivated, I can think about these drive mode controls. So, what do we want to do? Leg rotors. Which ones are they? Oh, it'll be the number 3s. Yeah, so I need... That's that one, isn't it? Yes, right. So it's the front left and the 2 rear right ones are all the same orientation. Yeah, because that flips them all back to the middle. And that sets them all up. Right, cool. So they need to be a group. Just call that one, and that one. You know what? Let's change the names. Let's call these foot rotors instead of leg rotors. It'll be less confusing. It'll be easier for naming the groups. Because the leg rotor is the hip. We'll call all of them a foot rotor. I'll still keep the same tag on the end. But it makes it a little bit easier for the purposes of grouping and naming. So front left, mid right, rear right. Foot rotors, that group. Then front right, mid left, rear left. And be that. So, drive mode. Light needs a group. That needs block switched on off. That needs drive mode light as its trigger. Drive mode. That's the wrong one. Off, off, on, trigger. Trigger. Right, so drive mode. Timer on. WPS foot rotors. What did we say that was? That wants to be a positive value to set it into drive mode. Right, okay. So, foot rotor, L01. Let's go a bit quicker than 5 RPM. Let's call it 10 RPM. And that'll be minus 10 RPM, and then for the off one, it'll be the other way around. So, set velocity minus 10, set velocity 10, and then if I switch that on and off, that sets all the wheels into the correct position for driving. Fantastic. Cool, right, okie doke. Then we will also need to turn our control thrusters back on. And we will need our gyros to come back online. So, control thrusters off. Gyros off. You know what, let's rearrange some of the walk mode controls a little bit. Thrusters and gyros there. And then WPS CTRL have the controls for them turn on there. Because I'm OCD like that. I like things to have a kind of logical sort of sense. WPS gyro, I want to turn that off. Then we will do the actual walk controls. So general controls first, mode specific controls second, and then light third. Cool, right, so driving on. Okay, let's move that as well. So thrusters on, WPS, gyros on, WPS, foot group, 10 and -10. Rearrange this one quickly. Thrusters off. Gyros. Oh. Just the group's already there. Off. Gyros. Off. Yeah. Foot controls. -10. And 10. Switch that off, everything resets, and it all turns off. Flick the light back on, and it all sets up, and turns everything on. Wicked. Right, cool. Okay, so as well as that, we are going to need... drive... Control. I knew I'd forgotten to put a tag in there, that's why I couldn't find it. So we'll have group for that one. Don't need it anyway. Oh, I need to delete the old groups. Because that and that are now incorrect. Drive CTRL, that can turn on and on. And that can turn off and off. Yeah, sound. Okay. Right, we need to actually set up these drive controls now. So, forward, they're going to be pretty simple, pretty straightforward. They're both just going to be thrust outputs. Yeah, you can call it what you like. 5%. If it needs to be lower because of weird atmospheric things, you can set it lower. And then when that thruster fires, I need a group for our suspensions. I've got one already. Wonderful. So, have I set you all up correctly? 0.1. Oh, your brake's on though, isn't it? Let's turn that brake light off. Right, well, we can see there, if I could ever find the right button to get out of my cockpit. There we go, so right hand wheels are turning the correct way, left hand wheels are not. So you get inverted propulsion, you get inverted propulsion, and you get inverted propulsion. Cool, everything is now... Ooh, I'm slowly starving to death apparently. Let's have some light to eat. I don't know why I went that way. I could have gotten from the floor. Okay, so WPS drive controls. When we drive forward, WPS suspension, we will set the propulsion override to 100%, and when we let go of the thruster, we will just reset the propulsion. So are my thrusters even on? Yes, they are. It's firing. What haven't I done correctly? What am I missing? Control. Oh, I haven't selected the bloody thruster, obviously. That would help. Right, forward thruster for you. Reverse thruster for you. And there we go. Move that camera a little bit. There we go. When I hit the forward button, the suspensions start driving. Sweet. That was simple enough. WPS. Drive. Reverse. Do. When we hit the reverse one, we will have that set propulsion to -100, so it goes backwards, and reset. Propulsion override, which I'm struggling to find because I'm an idiot. So there we go, driving in reverse, driving in forward. I'm also going to set up a few little fail safes. So I'm going to quickly redo that. WPS drive. So we're driving forwards. I want the reverse one to turn off so it doesn't interfere. And then we will have the propulsion controls. Reset, that's the one. Ooh, also. They will be switched on still, but not actively controlling the walk cycle, hopefully, so I should be able to do some colour changes with them. So that's the wrong thing. So when we're driving forward, we'll have that turn the walk lights green. And cyan when we're not driving. WPS drive control forward can be off and on. WPS suspension can be set to -100 and reset propulsion. Yep, that's the right ones. And then when we're driving reverse, we will have the orange colour. Cool. What else do we want to do? that camera around here so I can see those lights are changing colour properly. Yep, there we go. Cool, right, that's all fine and dandy. Do I... Yeah, if I'm driving around... Yeah, if I'm driving around, I would probably want to have a handbrake. So I don't have to tap a button on my toolbar. Means I need another control thruster somewhere. I might just stick one in the back of here for now. Under there, that is a... Oh yeah, that's a main controller directly underneath there. Bum 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 bum. Maybe not actually. Weld that back up. We will just temporarily... That's my mod. No, I don't want my modded thrusters, I just want a standard one. Oh, I will need two though, technically. Well, one pointing down. Bum 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 bum. Where could I put the other one? You know what, I'll just have two side by side there for now. And we'll find a better home for them later, like the other two, or the other three thrusters. How's the old iron patch doing? Still 12k, that's fine. Come on, give me motors. Why are you not giving me motors? Has a conveyor line been damaged? Missing items. Can't grab iron. Oh, I've got a damaged conveyor line somewhere, haven't I? B-I-C-N. What does that mean? Ah, there we go. Why are you not pulling iron? It's not a broken one, that is a separate conveyor line. Why are you not pulling iron? You've got 100 iron in there. Production. Make my damn... Oh, nickel. Oh. I've finally run out of nickel, haven't I? Oh. That makes a change. Ugh, right, okay. I've not got enough nickel to do any more motors with. I'm gonna have to go and find some of that. I've got a nickel thing somewhere. I've got a couple of them. Where are they? Where are those signals? Nickel, silver, 7 kilometers that way. That's not really what I want. Don't have to go all that way right now. There's one all the way over that way, 4 kilometers. Or I can just dig up a bit of stone, but I won't get very much for that. Right, okay, we're going to have to go and get some resources. I didn't realise I was that close to running out of nickel. Now this connector's been a bit of a problem on those ramps. It keeps getting smashed because it sags down too low, and I can't raise it up into the build any higher, I don't think. Nickel 16 kilometers that way. When did I find that? Oh well, we're gonna have to go out in the mining rig and go grab some nickel, I think. I don't think I've found any nickel resources closer to home than that. They'd be on my map already, I suppose. $15 kilometers, yeah, I have to go all the way up, out. What is that one? 4 kilometers, nickel, iron, cobalt. Is that up on the ridge, or is that in this crater? I think that's up on the ridge. And out of the valley. Right, so I need to carefully drive up this. Because it was getting over the crest of this where I kept damaging that connector. But it's just a little bit too steep. Need to change the connector layout. Oh, hello! There's a hole in my ramp. I think some of my stuff finally got hit by a meteor. Okay. Have I got any steel plate on me? I've got 64. I can repair some stuff and maybe patch it up. And that's half my steel gone. Wonderful. Oh yeah, it's totally peppered. Yeah, that's been getting pounded. Oh well. It took me ages to build this thing, now I've got to fix it again. Yeah, and the ramp gone off the side. Oh, damn. Oh, the handrail's gone off the side. We'll fix all that later. Shit, I didn't leave my handbrake on. Oh god. Everything's going wrong today. I didn't leave the handbrake on and it just rolled down the hill. Oh god, it's in pieces, isn't it? What the hell? Okay, looks like... Oh, the ladder's gone off the back. Oh, I'm not having a good day today. Damn it. Ah, did I really leave that without the handbrake on? Yeah, and it's just rolled backwards. Wicked. That was good. Not broken anything else on it, have I? Ah, fantastic. Right, okay. Try this again. Oh, I see, yeah, because I left it there and it went barreling down the hill backwards. I'm lucky that's in one piece. What was that? That was silicon. That's no use to me. Oh, could you... What are you doing? Oh, you're getting... There's all sorts of scrap all over that. Oh, I've just broken a load more stuff. Okay. Right, what is broken? What have I smashed? Those reactors are already dead anyway. What have I broken on there? Oh, I've smashed some of the armour at the front. Cool. And the light. Even better. Right, I'll fix that next time. Looks like the steering damaged too. Awesome. This ramp's just not quite big enough at the minute. Is that just the light on the front smoking? It is just the light on the front smoking, that's fine. Oh, there's a big hole there as well. Oh my god, loads of stuff's gotten smashed while I've not been I've not been using it. Oh wow. That's a big old hole. And we've got just enough to build a patch in the middle. Right, I'm probably going to have to build some kind of... Oh, damn it. Do I have the bits to make another ladder? Got the bits to place a ladder. Oh, thank God for that. Right, where's this nickel then? Some 15 kilometres that way, some 5 kilometres, and 3 kilometres. And that one that's 3 kilometres. Hey, Dread, hey, Ledner. Dread wants his nickel back. Ugh. Don't speak to me about Nickelback. Yeah, I need more nickel. And I've managed to smash up the front of this in the process because I left it with the handbrake off, like an idiot. So now I've got even more things to fix. And I thought I had a nickel resource closer to the base. Load spiking. Yeah, I thought I had a nickel resource a little bit closer. But apparently not. One that's 2 kilometres that way, but I think that might be down in one of the other valleys. There's that one. I think that one's just out in the middle of the desert. I might go to that one instead. Be a little less hassle. Oh, I can't believe I banged up the front of that wheel arch. I can't believe I left the handbrake off. I hopped out for 2 seconds to repair some damage to a ramp, turned around and the thing was gone, and it was half a mile away in a ditch with a broken ladder on the back. I'm lucky the ladder appears to be the only thing I smashed off the back. This truck does not seem very ravine friendly. No, it's not. It's just a concept truck that I built a while back in just in creative mode. It's a cool design, but it's not practical in the slightest. It's set a little bit too low to the ground. It's great for just driving along flat land or like deserts, but for doing hills and terrain, it is, yeah, for doing like mountains and ridges, it's a bit of a pain. It's not too bad on this kind of terrain, but like I said, it's a little bit too low to the ground. Oh yeah, this is the Sphinx. This is the Sphinx. The Scarab's the one on the front of it. Yeah, like I said, it's just not particularly ravine friendly. It's a big wide thing, and it's got a very long bed to it, so it's not great in tight spaces or on treacherous cliffs like the one I'm at the top of here. Where is it? A kilometre that way. Well, a kilometre and a bit that way. And if I hadn't smashed one of my headlights on the front of the thing. Need a better way of getting out of that valley other than the ramp. I think I do need to just bite the bullet and build some kind of lift or something on the side of one of the cliffs. Yeah, I should design a better version once I've got more materials. There we go, nickel. Hopefully I've not smashed any of the controls for the drilling drone. I should have tested that really, but find out in a minute whether the drone works or not. I'm not far from that processing plant. There's iron below me there. I don't really need more iron. Where's this nickel? There it is. Where was that? Where did that signal go? Nickel. 40 meters. That is a long ass way. Where's that nickel gone again? Oh, there we go. Right, so it's under that patch of the terrain. Roughly. "45 meters down." That is quite a long way, though. Let's stick the drone into gear. Are you still working? You seem to be working. I turn on your terrain digging mode. Will you just excavate a big hole for us? There we go. We'll cut a nice big hole. That nickel's at 45 meters. He is at 24, 25. Turned his terrain mode off for some reason. He's now at 30 meters. Give him until he gets to about 40, see what happens. You know what? I'll turn it off there. That should have turned it off, I think. Hang on. Can I just control the scarab? There we go. Ah, there we go. There's some nickel. Lovely. You picking that up? We are picking that up. Fantastic. Cool, so the drone still works at least. Also, everything at least seems to still be functional. Yeah, it just seems like a superficial bit of a smash. I lost a ladder and I damaged a light. And I've picked up a ton in scrap. But yeah, I'm just going to let the drone dig clean through this pile of nickel. Looks like he's got all the way through that now. Pretty much. Yeah, that'll do. Let's recall him. Ah, what are you doing, drone? Don't say you're stuck down the hole. Damn it. What are you doing, drone? Autopilot enabled, but you're not going anywhere, and you're not doing anything. What are you stuck on, dumbass? Why is your docking AI off? Okay. That's not correct. What are you doing? Are you going to behave yourself? Okay, AI went a bit weird for a second, but... honestly, how did America bang the front of that up so badly? So I've smashed off here. I've smashed off armor panel. I've actually smashed off a couple of armor panels, I think. Hard to tell in the dark. Yeah, I think I have smashed off two. I think there's another one under there. A couple across the front. Yeah, and a bunch across the front. Wicked, well done. I'll have a look and fix the other stuff later. Right, that is a big pile of nickel, apparently. Yeah, 32 tons of nickel. Right, that will do for now. Yay, a storm. Make it even more treacherous to find our way back home. Hey Chad P, trying to recall, is there a way to program the depth before you send the scarab off to the drill? Not really, not a vanilla way anyway, not without having like multiple AI blocks set up beforehand. Because that drilling drone has basically got a I can't even see where I'm going. He's got a AI recorder block in him that's got a load of GPS waypoints that just point straight down, like 70 meters. Or I think I ended up doing 100 meters eventually. But yeah, like every 10 meters there's another waypoint. And he's got a sensor on the front of him to detect voxels, so when the sensor triggers, it sets the AI speed limit to 0, so it stops the mech from moving until he has dug out enough space for the sensor to clear its detection range, and then it will dig down a little bit more. It just has a whole bunch of waypoints. What's that? The rig still works. Would just use a bit more design on the Sphinx. Yeah, like I said, it was just a cool design. I kind of threw together the like you say, the actual functional bit of it works fine. It just needs a bit of fine tuning on the actual layout of the thing. Basically, I just wanted to make something with like vanilla tank tracks essentially, or have like a tank track type subgrid thing at the front. Right, that has been well over 2 hours now. I was gonna go and get a cup of tea until I ran out of nickel. So I'm gonna... Game seems to be being extra clangy today. Yeah, I'm gonna head back to the base. I'm gonna drop off the nickel. Hopefully get down that ramp safely in one piece. And then I'm gonna go and have a bio break and get a cup of tea, and then carry on with the thing I was doing in the first place. I didn't realise I had so badly run out of nickel. Right, where is... That looks like a decent direction. Where is the way out? I'm getting hungry. This sandstorm want to smeg off so I can see what I'm doing again. Hopefully I haven't damaged the connector on the bottom. Ooh, this planet is treacherous in the dark. All of these hills, they just come up out of nowhere. That one. You almost need GPS points to mark where the paths are to get in and out if you can't. Yeah, I do. It's a nightmare navigating around here at night. Alright, we're only less than a kilometre away from it. I know roughly where I am now. What's this? This pretty rough also makes it kind of fun. Yeah, it does make it kind of fun. Definitely makes it perilous. Yeah, it's why I like doing sort of like rover and no jetpack runs, because when you can just fly everywhere, everything's a doddle. You just get in your ship and fly there. But when you are forced to travel by ground or by road or whatever, you have to consider your options a little bit better. Yeah, I definitely need to adjust that that connector on the bottom. I hate driving down this bit of the ramp. I need to make this corner wider as well, or I just need to make a lift to get in and out of this valley. Ugh, left that corner too late. Ooh, there we go. There we go. also doesn't help having all of that weight from the drone right on the front of the vehicle. Right, there we go. We took a half-hour round trip. I think that connector's still in one piece. I've already widened the ramp once already, because when I built it, I was just driving around in the Zebra, the little starting mech that I've got, and then I printed this out, and then realised that the ramp wasn't really big enough, and I've already widened it once. I'm thinking of just coming up with some kind of lift idea. Making some kind of big lift instead, maybe, on one of the cliff sides. I've got a rough idea for where I'd put it. More subgrids make the Sphinx articulated like a wheel loader. I could do. He has got subgrids already, a few more probably wouldn't hurt. Right, we're back. Finally. With a big pile of ore and some totally unnecessary damage from me being an idiot. Yeah, I mean, it does need a bit of a redesign. It's got the turning circle of a barge. You need to take your corners super early. Otherwise you will just miss them. Hopefully, the connector is not broken. I keep breaking the connector on this thing. Nope, the connector's fine. Right, we got nickel now. Can I build those motors? Hey, you're processing nickel. You've built some motors. Wonderful, right. Okay, I'm going to go and have a buy break, because I was supposed to have one about half an hour ago. And I'll carry on doing stuff on that big spider mech. I would like to try and do at least a basic walk test on him before the end of this stream. Yeah, I'll just leave the camera there for a bit, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So don't go anywhere, I will see you in a second. Right, I am back again. Where are we? There we are. I should have actually just slept in bed and let the sleep mod get the sun back up for me again. There we go. Wonderful. Cool. Right, we'll carry on with that robot now. For all that drama. Bum 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 bum. Right, back to the robot. Oh yeah, I need to replace that connector. Cool, that's all bits. Lovely, right, that is connected up again. What else were we doing? Oh, yeah, that's what we were doing. We were building thrusters. Because I was going to set up handbrake control. That's the one. There we go. You can be WPS 01 thruster brake override. It will give you the tiniest bit of thrust and then you will stop pushing. WPS thruster brake control. Wonderful. Spectator camera. Oop. Back on again. Oh, I need another event controller to do the next bit. You're in my way. Oh, it's such a nightmare trying to build these big mechs in survival without a jetpack. And then get yourself into the right places. Right, so did the brake back there. Oh my god, stop jiggling. Build that there. Would you just find the block and stand on it? Oh, hey Creator Capital, how you doing? What's that? Reminds you of the Halo 2 Scarab. I never really played a massive amount of Halo. I think I played the first one a very long time ago when it came out, but I never really played much else of the Halo series. Right, that can be WPS or Whip Scorpion. Controller handbrake is what we'll call that. I'll go back into that view. Whip Scorpion. Not brake spelled that way. Brake spelt that way. So do. What's that? Fine, thank you. You'd love Halo 2. Yeah, I believe it's a good story, like. I just never really got into it too much. For whatever reason. Probably should give it another go at some stage. Right, so that handbrake control, that is also going to be thrust powered. That is going to be the handbrake control thruster. And when that thruster triggers, it is just going to turn our brake light on and off. So there, when I hit my spacebar, that is the brake kicking in on the suspension. In fact, if I move down here, now we can just about see both. You can drive forward with that, hit the spacebar, it stops the wheels. Drive in reverse, hit the spacebar, stops the wheels. Cool. The brake controls work. Sweet. Okay, so that is walk controls and drive controls set up. Let's sort out this toolbar a little bit. What's that? Perhaps a program that says if you're not in the cockpit, the handbrake auto activates. That's probably a good idea, to be honest. That is easily done. Pilot seat, when I am not in it, brake lights can turn on. Simple. There you go. That should do that then. Should be a little fail-safe for it at least. Although it's not a perfect system because it relies on an on-off toggle rather than a dedicated on-off switch. That could be added to the one that opens access door. Yeah, there you go, Chad, exactly. Same wavelength. Just tie that right into there. And that should hopefully do that. So, let's tidy up the toolbar a little bit. So I've got some batteries on here that I have not named yet. There they are. WPS01 battery. Replace that. That's the one at front. And you're the one at the back. Make a group for them. Stick that on there. What else have we got on here? There's a connector on here that needs naming. Docking port, is what we'll call that. I can also get a group. We'll have that at that end of the toolbar, like I usually do, and then I'll fill in the gaps in between with all sorts of other stuff. Next page, we will have basic controls. So, what we need on there realistically? We need the mode light, so we'll have walk mode on and off. Oop, no, that's drive mode on and off. Walk mode on off, drive mode on and off. Probably should create a failsafe so you can't activate both at once, but I'll deal with that later. Other things we might need in there. Suspension group. I would like to have speed and friction controls. We'll have friction controls there, and speed limit controls there. That will do that for now. Now I've got drive mode active at the moment. I've set that up, I've set that up, I've set that up. Both gyros for turning, the batteries are on. I might give this a little bit of a test. Because realistically, I need to get him out of here, because I've not got enough room to work in here. I can just set up a connector and some kind of power transfer outside, but this warehouse is too small for him. We'll make sure that everything's good to go before I disconnect him. That just says those can go. You know what? Those wheels will need a little bit more strength in them. Let's bump those wheels up to at least 15 for now. Speed limit, that can come right down while we test. Power might be fine. Everything else can stay as is for the moment. Yeah, okay, I might bring you down and disconnect you and see if we can test you, although, hang on. Let's put those batteries back onto auto so we don't depower the thing. That unlocked? Oh, that is not unlocked. You unlocked now? There you go, now it's unlocked. Cool, right, you are detached. You are powered. And you've got stuff in the way, obviously. So I forgot to grind all this out. No wonder you can't move. Ah, there you go. Handbrake was on, that's why. Right, well, his drive controls work. Oh, he definitely needs more gyro, though. Definitely needs more gyro control. Right, well, the drive controls work. What about walking? Yeah, we definitely need to tweak some walk settings there. Yeah, his legs aren't lifting anywhere near high enough. Let's... Oh, also, they're not nearly strong enough either. Probably part of the problem. And I also haven't tied the brake control into the reverse walk. Have I? Walk CTRL. There is no C at the beginning of the word walk. Brake light off and on. No, it didn't. That'll be why. Brake light off, brake light on. That way it will actually turn off when I walk backwards. Cool, right, so... Rotors need a big boost in their strength, we'll call it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll call it 5 million. Yeah, the legs aren't lifting high enough. And I don't think the leg hinges are supporting the weight properly either. Yep, there we go. Much better. There we go. Nowhere near enough torque in those hinges. Yeah, definitely need to put some more gyro in him. And I can probably speed up the walk cycle as well, because he's only peaking at about 4 or 5 at the most. Usually get a bit more speed into him. Yeah, that works. Turn that off. Switch the drive mode. And yeah, in drive mode. It also doesn't help that I've got the friction so high. Let's turn that down to 25. 25% is about the point between being slidey like an ice skate and actually getting a bit of friction so you can actually stop and slow down. Yeah, there we go. Right, turn that off. Drive mode off. We'll do walk mode again. Let's check that out with slightly less friction on the suspension. Oh yeah, that's a bit nicer. Right, first things first then. I need to tweak those leg settings. I had to make his legs lift slightly less than I normally would because I didn't have the room inside that warehouse. So let's change those settings. Leg hinges, you lot are all currently set to 25. I wanted to get at least 45 out of that, possibly more. Right, where's the stalker gone? His leg settings work pretty well. When he's not being an idiot and getting confused by waypoints. You've just given up again, have you? Yeah, I need to move that waypoint. His AI is getting confused by the one that's on a hill. Off you go. In fact, don't. Stop there a second. What are your legs set to? 35 and 65. Right, so there's a 30-degree angle of movement in there. Off you pop. And there you go. What was that set to? 25 and 40, so that's only 15, so that's less than half of what it should be realistically. Leg hinges. Right, so you are set to an angle of 25, minus 25 for your lower limit, and I'm quite happy with that, so yeah, 30 above that would be minus 55. That's what I actually want that to be, so that means I need to change the return controllers to minus 54 And minus 54. And I need to change the speeds of everything again. You're not returning at all now. Why not? Why are you doing that? Hang on. What have I screwed up here? Leg hinges. Oh no, no limit 55. Okay. Oh, then again, maybe the whole walk cycle's a bit too slow anyway, isn't it? I'm currently set to 8. But, oh yeah, that is really slow. Let's speed everything up a little bit. Minus 10. 10. Velocity 10, set velocity minus 10, minus 10, 10. I think I'm going to be right in the stalker's way sitting here, or you can just wait, or you can go around. There we go, that's better. Hang on, I'll get out of your way. Oh, yeah, I need to change the reverse controls, they're still wonky and broken. Yeah, that works much nicer. That means I can also speed up the walk cycle rotor. Right, let's just quickly reprogram the reverse controls. So 10 minus 10 minus 10 10. We'll just do 10 RPM on everything now. Set velocity 10. Minus 10. Set velocity minus 10. And set velocity 10. We've only got one set of return controllers, haven't we? So let's take the forward out of that. Yeah, and we can. Yeah, we can speed up that walk cycle rotor as well now. So let's go with 15, see what that's like. So the problem with mech building is if you make them move any faster than about 6 meters a second, that's when they start smashing themselves to pieces when they bump into things, because subgrid just block damage in this game is the threshold for a slight bump and smash to pieces is very low. Right, so with those 2 batteries and that 1 tiny thruster pushing, he has got 8 hours of power walking about. I switch back to drive mode. Let's turn that brake off again. Yeah, I definitely need to put in a couple more gyroscopes at least. Drive mode works fine. We can even speed him up a bit. We can increase the friction whilst we're driving, so he's a little bit more sticky. We'll definitely have to add more gyros. I could try and build some turn controls, but I've not had the greatest of luck actually making them work. I mean, I can physically set up controls to turn all the wheels in the appropriate directions, but the way Space Engineers calculates friction and propulsion and momentum on all of those single separate subgrids, it never seems to work properly. It just seems to, the wheels just spin in place and it doesn't actually turn. Yeah, definitely need to put some more gyros on this guy. We've got 6 for the moment. Where can we work that is close by to a connector? Nope. Don't walk into the lamp bot and smash him or yourself to pieces. I'll just work on him here. He's got 8 hours of power in him. And I'll be able to use the skiff out here as well. And I've got a connector port in there. And we do need to sort that out. Yeah, I need to change position of those wheels, that's definitely breaking. Oh, there you go, it's connected now. Yeah. I'll sort that out eventually. Right, so, what am I doing? Let's go get the skiff, so I can easily move around. Oh yeah, I left the skiff all the way around here, so I've just done a big circle around the base. Okay, so we can actually move around and do things. I've got basic warp controls set up, I've got basic drive controls set up. Extra gyros, that's what I wanted to do next. Gyroscopes, so, you know what, let's have a little bed of gyros around the gyro control in the middle. Again, gyros are chunky blocks, they add quite a lot of mass. Yeah, 600 kilos, these little ones. Not a great deal, but once you've built quite a few of them, all that weight starts to add up. Same with those batteries. You know what, I'm going to take this off the bottom of that. So it's just going to get caught on something, and then that damage is just going to propagate through the mech. Of course it would. Cool. Right, that's a bit of extra gyro control. Right, hold up. I've been having a weird audio bug with the rifles recently. Anyone else experienced that? Right. It's audibly not playing the bullet sound occasionally. And then all of the reload sounds are gone as well. I don't know why it keeps happening, but it's become a recent thing. Like, yeah, you've only gotten like less than half of the bullet sounds that should have appeared then. Anyone knows what that's about, or if there's a way to fix it. Or if there's a mod doing it. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah, I was gonna see how much those gyros have helped. Oh, that's actually a bit better, that. That's alright with walk mode. What's it like with drive mode? That's not too bad. Yeah, that's not too bad actually. We'll probably end up needing to add more as we add more weight to the whole thing. Yeah, that's not too bad at all. Oh no, that's a thing. Do I want the handbrake to be part of the driving controls? I've got the brake turning on and off anyway as part of the walk controls. Yeah, you know what? Let's drive mode on. We will turn that handbrake controller on. Drive mode off. We will turn the handbrake controller. Oh, hang on. I've not made a group for that, have I? Handbrake. Let's do that as a group instead, because in case something gets smashed, it's more easily replaced. Handbrake on. Handbrake off. And then on, the brakes are on, hit the space bar to turn it off, and drive away. Ah yes, when I turn that on. Oh, yeah, because I've added two new gyros, but I've not added them to the gyro group, have I? Oh, that's why I can still move and wiggle around. Alright, let's rename them. Let's add them into the group. Cycle that through. There we go. No gyro control now. That's better. What's that, chat? Pretty much anywhere you build a big enough hangar for the big boy, you'll have to reconfigure the control parameter. Yeah, as I build and expand the base, I am going to have to reprogram all these guys' routes anyway. That is something I'm fully aware of. I've already had to do it once with the lamp bot when I built this new hangar here, because that ramp was cutting clean across his old path. Yeah, now in walk mode, I don't have the handbrake control because I don't need it. Turn drive mode on, I can hit spacebar to turn the brake off. I can drive around, I can hit the brake whilst I'm driving. But when I turn it off, the brake does not come back on. And then again, it doesn't come back on when I turn that on and off, but when I use that, it does. I turn that off, handbrake comes off. Do I want the handbrake to come off? I'm not sure. Why are you struggling to move around now? You seem to have much better control before. What are those gyros doing? They are all on. Oh, it's because I increased the friction, that's why. Yeah, it's because I increased the friction. Yeah, 25% friction seems to be the sweet spot for Spider Mech wheels. Or as close to a sweet spot as you can get, because friction in Space Engineers 1 isn't a perfect science. It's a little bit fiddly in some places. I'm still not quite sure how it calculates it. What is... Oh, hello. That's interesting. Oh, it's because I've got both active together. I was wondering why the legs were at a funny angle. Yeah, there we go. I was driving and walking at the same time. That's why it was being weird. Yeah, there we go. Right, okay. Pretty happy with those. Oh my god, those meteorites are coming straight from our stuff. Those were pretty close. Like, terrifyingly close. What? Hey, what's hurting me? Inferno. Oh, I'm just taking heat damage. That's amazing. Really? What am I taking? Am I... That's a new one. Taking heat damage. Was that from being too physical? Oh, I'm just taking damage out here for some reason. Why am I getting heat damage? That's a new one. That usually doesn't happen. Have they upgraded the sandstorm mechanics to do heat damage as well, or have I just never managed to experience that before? Boiled mechanic with a side of chips, need some sauce. Yeah, I didn't think sandstorms did heat damage. Yeah, I'm taking I'm taking damage just standing out here, but it's not saying like you've been hit by debris. But my temperature is saying inferno. Interesting. Alright, I'll wait for the sandstorm to move on then. Let's do some more interior decorating in here then, while we wait for the sandstorm to pass. So, what could I put on this flat wall here that's doing nothing? I could put lockers, but that's kind of bit boring. Lab cabinet, lab freezer. I've already got one of them in here though, haven't I? Yeah, I've already got one in there. Don't have a weapons rack. Yeah, you know what? I might build a weapon rack there, because why not? Right, make some plates then. Your suit's thermal regulator is on the fritz. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I've never normally taken heat damage out here. Yeah, see, I'm getting damaged again. I don't think the sandstorms did that, but okay, whatever. I will just hide indoors from the heat. Yeah, we're back to just being warm again. Okay, that's a new one to me. Didn't realise that was a thing. Oh yeah, I've got a ton of scrap from all the damage I did. And all the damage I cleaned up as well. Yeah, that's all good for that. What else could we do in here? Ooh, that's an idea. Why else do we wait for the storm to pass? Yeah, I can totally get some neon lights up there. Yeah, let's put some neon lights in here. Why not? Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, let's do some neon. May as well decorate with something. Oh, damn. Oh, yeah, that becking light's in the way. That light can be moved. That can be moved to on top of the door instead of above it. I think, anyway. Should have a space for that. Sweet. I'll do that. Cool, alright, back to where we were. Neon. Neon? Neon tubes, sweet. Hopefully I can reach them from down here. So we'll have a purple one. And we're going to have some green ones right next to it. I need interior plate. Obviously I do. Right, let's grab the blacks. That storm's still going. Okay. Fine. Yeah. Yeah, we'll have a bit of neon lighting in here, I think. Oh, don't get too close to the door. That dust is very hot, apparently. It's still incredibly dangerous outside. Back to being incredibly hot again. Yep, I'm still taking damage out there. Lovely. Okay. Fine. We'll just stay inside. Oh. Is that all my bits? That is all my bits. Nope, still going. Yep, still sandstorming. Lovely. Right, stand on the table. Aha. Ugh. Typical. Groovy. Ugh. Cool. That's a bit more colour, a little bit more decoration. Adds a little bit more weird lighting effects to the inside of the building. Ooh, we've probably got some room for some in here. Has that storm stopped yet? I want to build a mech. Ah, cool, the storm stopped. Let's sleep, get the sun back up. Come on, sunshine. There we go. Okay, so water controls are alright for now. Drive controls are alright for now. Docking bay, I'll worry about that when the thing's finished. Those thrusters will probably get moved somewhere eventually. Right, now we've got room and about 40 minutes left of the stream. Let's have a little look at this tail weapon then. As we collectively decided last week that we were gonna... Oh, those images not working today. Why not? plug them back in. Oh, it's right there. Oh, that's why it's not there. Yeah, so we collectively decided last week that I was gonna sort of emulate a few ideas from this thing. So I'm gonna build it a scorpion tail kind of artillery assault cannon tail. So I need to get in close-ish. Not so close that I break things. Let's get a little bit away from there. There we go. Right, so oh yeah, we'll have to put the third one in the middle because it'll give me grief about placing stuff. So I'm going to do like a little segmented tail type thing. How did I build it? If I remember correctly, the way I did it, I think it was like that. Yeah, it must have been like that. Yeah, so it's gonna be there we go. And a hinge on there, and then the next section of the tail will go off the end of that hinge, I think. If I remember correctly. And then what I'm gonna do from there, yeah, I'll stick with that colour. Let's weld these bits up. Have to make them all first. What's that, Chad? With that storm, it was hotter at night than it is during the day with direct sunlight. Yeah. I didn't think the sandstorms were that ridiculously hot. Maybe there's been some little sneaky update to them, or maybe it was a bug, or maybe I've just never experienced that particular kind of sandstorm. I don't know, but I've had sandstorms before and I just got smacked in the face with a lot of debris. Ugh, taking heat damage from them is a new one for me. Did I not just go and get the bits? Damn, Deborah. It wasn't even Deborah's fault this time. It was just heat damage, unless I was taking debris damage and not realising it, or the game wasn't saying you've been smacked in the face with a lump of something. Just let me out without falling over. Right, there we go. So, tail pod and armour. I want to paint that colour. I also want to do the rotor that colour. So I think what I was going to do was try and make this as round as I can. And if I remember correctly, I can do something fairly round-ish. like so. Oop, there you go. Oh, my mask and my helmet's open. Don't know how that happened. Need to unmap that J button. I don't ever want to open my helmet, frankly. Not unless I can mod a skull face into SE1 as well. Might try and do eventually. There we go. Oh. Me landing with a thud. Oh, of course I'm just a little bit too low down. Why would I not be just that little bit too low? Is that a good position? It'll do for now. There we go, that'll do. Right, so where are we? We are that way. So, one of them. One of them. One of them. Bloody contextual controls. Thank you. There we go. That go there. That. Ah, I've run out of steel, obviously. And obviously we've got none. Let's call up another 1,000. I'll just take that for now. Actually, I don't need to climb up there, do I? I'm working down here. Yes, what do we need to do? We need to build one of them. We need a cube in the middle. One of them there. One of them there. And then we can have that and find the right one eventually. That's the one. That can go there. That. And that. And that. And that. And then that and that. Cool, right. That'll do for the armor around that for a second. Lovely, right. I think that's right. So then that'll go on there, and then that'll be a hinge. And then the weapon design that I'm working off, that I've already built before, that will then repeat the process, but end with a rotor. So we'll have you there, we'll have 3 of them in the middle, then we'll have one of them, and then we'll have... Oh no, it's another hinge. The next advanced rotor is on the next section. So yeah, that'll be another hinge. So that can articulate a bit, that can articulate a bit more. Yeah, that's a hinge, and then the rotor goes on the end of that. Cool, we'll do that in a second. So basically just got to build that again. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, that, and that. Let's make some more bits. How's that iron getting on? Oh, we've used a little chunk. Let's get rid of that scrap first and process all that nickel as you go. Oh, I'm looking at the nickel. We are down to 3,000. Oh. Oh no, that's going up. That was an iron somewhere, stashed away in a corner. Oh no, that'll be from the scrap, won't it? Yeah. Well, we'll keep going with what I've got for now. Hopefully that iron will last the rest of the stream. Typical. Also can't quite reach it. Right, that is all connected. That needs a computer for some reason. Thought I got all the bits that I needed. Ah, radiation exposure. Awesome. Just what I always wanted. Right, so that's that. So yeah, I just need to repeat that process then. So let's make another one here. That's that, that's that. That's that. We'll do the bottom half from underneath. That's that. That's that. All the pieces go there. That goes there. That goes there. Cool, right. Let's swing around the other side. Cube in the middle. One of them. One of them. One of them. One of them. Another one of them. Ruby, right. Oh, we got Oh, would you go away? Stalker, there's a spider bothering me. Do you want to go and shoot it, please? Come on, you're gonna detect that spider or what? I can hear it scuttling below me. Nope. You're not going to bother detecting them? I'm sure your AI is set to detect characters. That includes spiders and wolves. You going to wake up and do your job? Am I going to run in fear? While you do absolutely nothing? Is your AI block even turned on? Oh, there you go. Now you figured it out. Only took you a minute and a half. Stupid AI. What should we call the burning storms then? We have Deborah, Sizzling Susan. Yeah, call it Susan. Seems appropriate. Yeah, what am I doing? Falling off again is what I'm doing. I don't know why I didn't weld them. What? Whoa! Oh, hit the wrong button. Really need to get a better position for my microphone. I can't see my keyboard half the time. The microphone gets in the way. Forward a little, yeah, wicked. Cool, we can get in there from there. So, that block, and then what do we need? We need that, and that. That, and that, and that, and that. Groovy. Right, that is all of them. Ooh. Cool, right, so that is the basic articulation for part of the tail. You know what, I've set that... Ooh, damn. Actually set that a little bit further back than I'd like. I'm not going to be able to get the armour in the place I wanted to. Oh, that's annoying. What can we do about that? Oh, I've missed a block. That's out as far as it goes. Let's do a bit of mech surgery. Oh, what? Oh, that's the second ladder I've smashed up. What did... Where's my ladder gone? Oh, how did I break that? I didn't even see that. I didn't even hear that. How have I broken the ladder off the back of there? Was that when I dropped to the floor before? When I pressed the wrong button? Like an idiot. The ladder hit the deck first, didn't it? Well done. That's the second ladder I've broken today. Well, at least it was only a ladder. Yeah, I must have. Ladders are not known for being very durable, but easily replaced. Yeah. I wish we had shorter ladders. Like, little segmented sections. because I don't need all of that space. I literally just need a little bit to get up there. Right, I actually want to move that tail back a bit. I don't want to have to rebuild it all from scratch. You! Ow! That was right in the face. Thank you. I dealt with a spider only like 5 minutes ago. Usually take a bit longer before they start harassing you. Again. Right, I want to move that tail out a bit. Yeah, was it when I accidentally turned the thrusters off and hit the leg? Yeah, I thought that was probably it. I wish blocks were slightly more durable. Right, so we're going to do a little bit of mech surgery, like we did when we moved those legs. Because I want to move that whole tail section back a little bit, but I don't want to have to chop it all off and rebuild it, because I'm feeling lazy like that. So what we will do... In fact, actually, we'll get on that properly sooner or later. We're going to reorganise that. I don't need the lift there. What I need is a couple of blocks there, and then a piston there. Weld them up so it's a bit more secure. Need tubes, obviously. Oh, that's fine. We'll have the 0 pointing that way. Towards me. Thank you. I'm sure I just went and got the parts for that. I asked for small steel tubes. I put them in the build planner. Oh, I pressed the wrong button like an idiot. I pressed Alt and middle mouse button, I think, and dumped all my stuff. There we go. Right, that's that. That needs stuff as well. And then we will have more steel is what we need. Grab a bunch of stuff. Right, so another piston there. That's fine. Oh my god. You'll stop falling off. Where my engineer is wearing roller skates today. What's that like now? You still advocate for small cargo container on the skiff. Yeah, I do need to put one on there. The only problem is I just have to keep filling it up again. And then I'll just be transferring stuff back and forth by hand all the time. I find it easier just to put cargo ports every, like, 20 yards somewhere. Right, there we go. Okay, right. Let's set you to 0. Let's push it out a little bit. Oh my god, can I stand on anything that doesn't glitch and bug out today? That's on 0. Right, let's drop you in. Something like that. There we go. Right, that is attached. Hang on. That one. Detach. The only question is, have I got enough room to push that out as far as I want? I might have needed to build another piston, but... oh no, that's plenty of room. I don't need to go out that far, that's fine. And I didn't even name that, or do much of anything with it really, other than reduce its settings a bit, so that's fine. I'm going to take that out. I want it to have at least another block gap, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to put a small sorter in there that can pull ammunition. Of course, I'm short a computer or two. That can pull ammunition for the tail turret. And store a bit of it as well. Did I put a block there? Did I smash that when I crashed into the floor as well? Or did I shoot that when I was dealing with the spider? Right, that can then go there. Then we can put the advanced rotor back again. Let's have 0 at the top. Let's take that out. Let's weld that back up. And let's plug it back in again. That should hopefully give me a little bit more room. How much of that do I actually want to cover? How far is that across? Oh, that armour plate design I'm looking at, that's 5 blocks across, isn't it? That's currently 3. 5 slightly covers the... there's the hinge. Rotor a little bit. So, yeah, I might actually want to come out on another block. If I plug you back in there, like so, you're going to be 1, 2, 3, and the 5th one is going to be there, scrubbing against that. Stop it. Oh, that was Deborah that time. Okay, I'll take that out. I want to extend it 2 blocks then, maybe. So, let's do conveyor frame, then a sorter. I can armour up around that. I'm going to change the back end of it a little bit, I think. Then, hopefully, we've got just enough room left in there to squeeze it in. An advanced rotor. Cool. And I need more parts for that, and I probably need to get out the dust storm. Right, okay, so then, if we plug that back in, probably about there, attach that back on, detach that one again, reverse that back up, ow, have to get inside. Yeah, it looks about right. Let me just go and get some health for a second. And get out this hideous storm. Yeah, this is also a sandstorm, but... no debris. And... no, it's Inferno. Maybe I was just getting debris damage and it wasn't showing up before. Who knows? Okay, we'll heal for a bit, shall we? You know what, I'll wait for that dust storm to end. Tuck them off. Sandstorm but chunky, other sandstorm but toasty. Yeah, toasty ones and chunky ones. What's your favourite brand of sandstorm? Is it the one that cooks you alive, or is it the one that smacks you in the face? In fact, I don't even know what paint texture I used with that. I don't think it really matters. Where's a nice... go with 175. Let's have some lovely blue neon in here in the medical room. Sandstorm anywhere near finishing yet. Cool, all components successfully grabbed. Right, stand on the desk. Can I parkour my way up there? Probably not. I can probably get myself completely stuck though, if I'm not careful. Yep. Yeah, I'm not going to risk that. I'll just do the jumping method. I'll just get completely stuck behind something. That one done. Yeah, cool. Bit of blue lighting in here. Lovely green and purple in here. Get all sorts of nice colour reflections off the other blocks and things. Yeah, got a little bit of blue emissive glow in here now. Come on, Storm. Ah, cool. Ah, perfect. It's just ending. Oh, SE, you so janky. Yeah, well... It's a decade-old game that's had one mechanic after another bolted onto it. Right. Take that out, because I reckon that's good to go now. Can you aim at the thing? Thank you. Thank you. We'll get rid of that rotor. Right, so, cool. Okay, I'll have to redesign the armour a little bit around that tail, but I also want to completely move those thrusters anyway, so that's not a massive issue. So what I was going to do is put some armour plating on top of these sections as well. So that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm using the wrong blocks as well. That's good. Using those damn diagonal blocks that I always grab by mistake. Cube, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's that up there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, I think. That definitely looks like it goes that far across like that. I think the side of it. Yeah, I think it was 2 of them maybe? Definitely got a connection point there. It looks like, yeah, it comes up 2 blocks, and then that would be that, and then that would be that. Yeah, that's the one. That's what it looks like. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so 2 of them, 2 of them, some of them, and some of them. Nope. Every time there's a chance for me to fall off something, I fall off it. I'm going to have to get the skiff around the other side to do that. Of course. I had £1 for every time I have to climb up that ladder again. Yeah, a little bit closer, if possible. Groovy, and that will keep that a little bit protected. It needs to be higher up. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. That should allow that to pitch up a little bit. I thought we'd go further than that. I bet there's something else I haven't spaced out correctly. I'll have to go and have a look at my other design and see if I'm missing something, because I think I am. I think that's not quite long enough. Yeah, because that's not angled as high as that should be at all. That should be able to get much further. That means I need to extend those two out a bit further. Yeah, I need to go and look at my other design and see what it's doing. But that has been about 4 hours, so I am going to wrap this stream up here. Because I'm tired, it's quite late, and I have to be up early tomorrow. I've got important things to do. Let's land you there. I'll go and have a look at my HAW design and check out the spacing on the tail. Because yeah, I think I need to extend these segments out by a block, which means I probably need to rebuild the whole thing. But we've got his walk mode and his drive mode active. And I'm quite happy with how he's working at the moment. He's pretty stable. Pretty sturdy. We're going to have to add a bit more gyro control so he's a little more useful in combat. And I might actually build a turning system into him so I can strafe. So I can drive sideways. That might be a good idea. So I've always struggled to get turning, the physical turning working properly with so many subgrid wheels. They don't collectively seem to create enough friction in the right directions to do it properly. I think it might be because they're all on different subgrids, but strafing controls are really easy to set up. I can easily make a vanilla system to turn all the wheels left and right. Yeah, I'm quite happy with the walk controlling. What's that? Oh, hello, Jojo Skunk. Never played Space Engineers that way. This is how I play Space Engineers all day long. This is the only way to play Space Engineers for me. It's the only game I really know of and enjoy that lets me build robots like this. Yeah, this is generally how I play Space Engineers, is if there's a thing to do, I will come up with a convoluted way of making a robot do it. Even if it's not particularly practical or optimal, or even useful, I will build a robot for it. We've got my Stalker robot off in the background, struggling to find his waypoint, and struggling to do his job of keeping my base spider free. Then we've got my lamp bot over here, who does literally nothing except 13%. Is that all you've gathered from those tiny things? Oh, it's because the battery's on recharge. Do 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 do. There we go. And we've got a lamp bot, and his entire purpose is to walk around and be a walking lamppost. That is literally all he does. He's also got a few advertisements and signs, and I'm thinking of putting some speakers on him so he plays music at some point, but some of the music in Space Engineers can get you copyright claimed with YouTube, because people are annoying like that. But yeah, this is generally the entire way I play Space Engineers, is just building robots. And there's a thing to do, there's robots to be built. Got more robots in here. You're gonna have to wait. The new ones in your way. Yeah, and I've got more robots in here. My automated farming robots. So when they detect crops that are ready to grow, the collectors collect the crops, and then that triggers the whole robot. But I can manually launch them as well. He just slides his way up that aisle and back again. Some days he's more clangy than others, and that one drives across that rail up there. And basically does the same thing. Gets to the end of the corridor, and there's a sensor on the front of him that should have triggered the docking controls. Sometimes the vanilla AI doesn't trigger. Not the AI, the sensors don't trigger properly. So it sometimes takes them a couple of runs to dock back up again. You gonna do it? Yeah, there he goes. He's docked back up again, although he should have played a sound. The sound lock doesn't seem to be working. I've been having a lot of audio bugs recently. And then, there you go, he's docked back up. And those are my farming robots. That one's on the workshop. I haven't published that one yet. But that one does require setting up a very specific kind of rail to use him on. Of course. Yeah, ow! Getting me through the wall, that's not fair. Yeah, having all kinds of audio bugs at the minute. Bit of a weird one. Not sure whether a recent update or something's done that, or whether I've broken something, but oh, is the big mech in the way of everybody? Right, well, your sensor system should have prevented that from happening. Why is that thruster still active? Behave yourself. Oh, give me a second, I'll move the Big Mac. And I'll just boot the poor lamp bot. Right, there we go. Yeah, so I definitely need to redo some of the AI paths as I expand this base. We're all going to start getting in each other's way. Yeah, right, that is that robot. I've also got that one over here. That is my Explorer Mech. He took a little bit of damage, had to replace a leg and a gun. In fact, let's take him for a little ride for a minute. Yeah, and this is one of my other little mechs. Hopefully I can get him to not crash into that one. This is another little one of my little spider mechs. He's more designed for going out and exploring the world. And he's got a switch to swap between driving mode and walking mode. And then we can just go back to walking again. Giant spider needs a home. Yes, he certainly does, Ledner. That's going to be one of the next things, because I need to build a bigger workshop for building larger mechs, and I also need to build a docking station for the big guy. And the big guy is already quite big, and the workshop I have at the moment is too small for him, so a docking station for him is going to have to be bigger than the big pink workshop. So yeah, it's going to be interesting building that. Get him back over here on his docking station, hopefully, without breaking too much. Or breaking anything. Need a better system for docking him up, but oh yeah, it's on a separate grid. I can't use P. There we go. He's docked up again. He's back on charge. He can sit there because he needs a home. And the other two are just wandering about. Right, yeah, I'm going to call that quits for this week then. Because yeah, I need to go to bed. I've got to take cats to the vet in the morning, so I need to be up early. But yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for chatting. I'll be back again next Sunday for more of this, and we'll do some more on that tail weapon. I'll have a look at my other design and figure out exactly what shapes I'm missing, because it's not quite, the pieces aren't matching up quite right, and it's hard to tell from a screenshot exactly what you've done. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I'll be back next Wednesday for more Space Engineers 2, redoing the survival run in BS 2.2. And I'll have other videos and other bits out at various points throughout the week and throughout the coming weeks. And I'll probably be doing some more Elite Dangerous streaming at some point in the future, possibly this week. And there might even possibly be another guest appearance from Quantum Chief again, like there was the other night. We were briefly chatting the other day about doing some of that a little bit more regularly, so that might be a thing in the future. But yeah, thanks for watching, thanks for chatting, thanks for your suggestions and advice, and yeah, give the stream a like if you can, subscribe if you haven't already, and I will see you all next time. So, cheers guys, and goodbye for now.